What's up, everyone? I'm the Classic Rocker, and tonight we are back with some more Fortnite Super. And we're going to ask the question, which way is up? Because we're going to explore and see if we can understand better the difference between local, player, and world space. Because each one does some similar things, but some things very differently. And I think that I may have figured out why I've been having so much trouble with local space. And the reason for all of that is probably because of the way that I was holding it. So you have to pay more attention to the way you hold it with local, is what my theory is. Because it's trying to figure out which way is up, which is why I titled this stream that way. We're going to kind of explore this concept and see if I even know what I'm talking about, if I'm on the right track or not. So let's go ahead and hop into a match. We'll get into some ranked reload. Let's change our skin here. Let's be Superman. What? Why isn't it pulling up? There it goes. There we go. He's holding DJ Yonder's pickaxe. Actually, let's be DJ Yonder. Let's do that. No. Do I not have that skin? What's going on here? All. Okay. Pretty sure I have that skin. Well, it's too late now. Too late now. As if Superman needs a gun anyways. Okay, so right now I am on player space. And what I did, the only thing I did differently is I adjusted my minimum threshold from 31 to 28 versus where I was at for the last week, basically. And we'll jump into local and world to see if we can figure out the difference, but it feels like world, and we're going to also read the Gyro wiki as well, so that we can kind of go through these concepts together and see if we can all get a better understanding of it together. But we're going to start off with this and try not to die. And that's part of the fun on this channel, as we just explore strange new worlds, seek out new life and new civilizations. We need to find some shield. There we go. Perfect. But as we approach the 1-year mark on when I started streaming, we're just going to try and be as knowledgeable as possible about all of this. Try to implement it into the game of Fortnite. Let's see if we can do some magical stuff tonight. Oh, what? I didn't see that guy right there. Oh my gosh. Well, that wasn't great awareness, was it? Okay, I really need to get looted up, but not over here, because there's people on either side. Oh, and there's people over here too. It's like no matter where I go, I'm screwed. Pretty much. Where'd this guy go? Okay, let's run away. Run away, run away from the pain. Yeah, 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 yeah. Jenny's got a gun. Okay, I'm just gonna be attracting attention to myself if I try to get that supply drop. I really need mats right now. And shield. Pretty much everything. Okay, can I get it? Can I get it? Oh! Okay. Nope, I can't. Nope. What a terrible first match. Thanks, 5X Curry. You just destroyed me. Okay. So, at the request of Mr. I, the Absolute, I'm going to try something that he's mentioned to me several times, and he asked me to try this on stream tonight, is to try local space, but turn roll off. Because it makes it kind of feel like player space. And then after I do this, we'll go into the Gyro Wiki and try to read through it and see if we can understand some stuff. So he's calling this local player. Local player. Player. So maybe it makes local more stable and less susceptible to trying to figure out which way is up. I don't know. But I think that's probably part of the reason why I had so much trouble all this time, is that at some point in the night or at some point in my playing, it was having trouble trying to figure out which way is up, because the orientation of the controller, which is the way that you hold it in your hands, makes a difference. So if it sounds like I don't know what I'm talking about, it's because I really don't. I'm trying to figure out what all this is supposed to mean. So we get to do it together, because highly possible that you don't know what I'm talking about either. So, let's just see. Let's just see. Hey, what's up, Bassmaster Burton Fishing? How you doing, man? Good to see you. I had a great day, for sure. For sure. I for surely did, man. I hope you had a great day as well. Okay, so we're pretty well looted up. Pretty well looted up. Oh, you... I almost hit that. Come on. Okay, I hit one of them. That's good. See you later. That's the power of Gyro right there. Ah, I see, man. Yeah, I got really hot today, too. I actually had to stop work earlier than normal because I got too hot. So I don't know what it was about today that was different, because I'm used to doing this kind of stuff in the heat, you know, because I fix garage doors during the day, and I literally had to stop like around 3 o'clock because I just got too hot. So I know what you're talking about, homie. I know what you're talking about. Oh, come on. Oh. Okay. I thought I had him underneath the ramp, but he jumped at just the right time. So anyways, after we get through with this match, we're going to go through and read what it says about local and try to figure this out. What? Bro. It's so humid right now. It feels like it's more humid than normal. And I didn't know there was somebody else just waiting there to waste me like that, right? Poor awareness on my part. I just literally walked straight into his shotgun. Had no idea he was right there. Oh, bro. It's like they're getting angles on me that... Okay. Alright, so let's try and understand what's happening here. So I see, and this is to Mr. I. I've tried this before at your suggestion, but I didn't actually do it on stream. I kind of like it with local cutting the roll off, right? Because then all you get is just X and Y, left and right, up and down. But it just feels like it's missing something to me. So I'm going to put it back, and then let's go ahead and look at the Gyro Wiki and see what's up. See if we can figure this out together. So I need to turn display capture on. Let's make sure this is actually going to the right spot here. Yeah, it sure is. Okay. Display capture on. Okay, here we go. Gyro Wiki. Boom, we're here. Okay. Okay. So let's look at local space and see if we can figure this out. Let's zoom this for y'all's benefit. Okay. So almost here, let's just start here and just try to break it down one by one. So it says the basics, local world player. Almost every modern game controller and phone has an IMU in it, an inertial measurement unit. This can include a gyroscope measuring angular velocity, usually in 3 axes or axes. Accelerometer measuring acceleration, usually in 3 axes, and a magnetometer measuring the magnetic field, usually in 3 axes. No standard console controller I know of includes a magnetometer, which can be very helpful for tracking the device's orientation in world space. But for using the controller as a mouse, the gyro and accelerometer will suffice, or often just the gyro on its own. Okay, so basically this part is just telling us how it's measuring the movement. Okay, so now let's look at local space. Okay, so the vast majority of gyro-controlled games I've played on Switch and PS4 use local space gyro controls. Same for input remappers like Joy-Shock Mapper, Steam Input, DS4 Windows, and WASD. This is where the game doesn't care about the controller's orientation in real world space. It largely ignores the accelerometer, which can be used to detect gravity. All it cares about moment to moment is the controller's angular velocity and its local axes. So most of what this means to me so far is it's trying to tell me that it needs to figure out which way is up. Okay. And all of these images here are trying to describe how it figures out which way the controller is facing. Okay. So in this image, you can see the controller's local axes. We start with a top-down view of the controller on the left, and then turn it about on its local yaw axis in green. Then its local pitch axis in red, and finally its local roll axis in blue. Okay, So if we start here, let's copy the diagram here. If we start with the controller like this, then we turn it like this, and this would be yaw, and then this would be pitch, and then this would be roll. Okay, so it's in these diagrams, it's trying to explain, I think that when you go like this, this is yaw. When you go like this is pitch. And when you go like this is roll. Okay, that's what I think it's trying to tell me. The pros, so these are what the positives are supposed to be of local space. Incredibly simple to implement, very accurate, works reliably and consistently regardless of player posture, sitting up, lying back, or environment, living room, bedroom, International Space Station, etc. The last point makes local gyro ideal for games on handheld devices, phone, tablets, Switch, in handheld mode. Cons. Default behavior may not be intuitive for players depending on how they prefer to hold their controller. As players pitch the controller up or down from their neutral position, the change in yaw axis can make it difficult to use. So this may be the reason why sometimes it's great and sometimes it's not for me, right? It's basically telling me that the way I'm holding the controller is affecting the way it registers information. So if I don't hold it exactly the same way every single time, then it's like it's not going to work right, is what it means to me. I don't know if that's actually true or not, but that's what it seems like it means. So let's see. So he goes on to say, I've advocated for local only controls for a long time due to their simplicity and accuracy. It's very difficult for developers to get it wrong by only relying on one sensor, the gyro. Oh, hey, what's up, Anzu? What's wrong with the new update? Tell me about it. Tell me what's wrong with it. So he likes or has advocated for local space because it feels like it's easier to implement in games maybe. By only relying on one sensor, we can expect very reliable results, but I want to remove that initial friction for players who don't intuitively hold their controller flat. I don't want them to have to deal with unclear settings like having to choose between yaw and roll, which presents inconsistently on Switch. So again, it might sound like, but I think what it's saying is if you don't hold it right, local isn't going to work as good. That's what I think it's saying, and that probably describes why I'm on fire for 30 minutes and then it just goes away when I'm on local. And I've been chasing it and chasing it and chasing it this whole time, only to just now finally understand, oh, if I want to play on local, I probably have to hold it in the same exact way and never deviate from it, which is pretty much almost impossible. You see, so I don't know if there's a way to correctly implement local for this game, but maybe there is. I just haven't found it because I've been trying for 3 years now to get it right on local, because that's what I've been pretty much playing on this whole time, and it's been inconsistent after a day basically. So it says, in this side view of a controller held two ways, notice that when the controller is held flat on the left, the controller's up yaw axis lines up with the player's up axis. Okay, let's see Okay, so it's saying that if the difference between this and this is what? But if the controller is held upright on the right, now the controller's forward roll axis is lined up with the player's axis. A local solution doesn't know which one of these the player is using. Okay. So again, which way is up, right? What is exactly happening? And let's see what Anzu says here. They messed up the grapple and the healing. You can't move before healing. Oh. That sucks, man. I don't know why they changed that. So players who are used to holding their controller upright will generally prefer to rotate the controller about their up yaw axis, which is the position, which in this position is the controller's forward roll axis. Okay. Ideally, we'd have a solution that can tell how the player is holding the controller and adjust accordingly. Not only would we fit the needs of more players by default, but players would be able to aim accurately in a much wider range of positions than with local gyro aiming, because no matter how far the player pitches their controller up and down, the yaw axis would remain intuitive for them. So let's look at some alternatives. Okay. So again, it's a lot of verbiage and words that seem foreign to my brain, and I have to really think about what he's trying to say. And I think what he's saying is you have to hold it right. And if you don't hold it right, it's not going to work right. And that pretty much sums up why I could never get local to do what I want it to do every single day. So if I wanted to give local a shot again, I would literally probably have to make sure that I stay like a statue in terms of the way I'm holding my controller, and then always try to remember that position. So if I deviate from it, I've got to try to get back to that position every time. So that's the explanation for local space, okay? So I'm going to play this next match on full local. I tried the last match on local with the roll cutoff at the suggestion of Mr. I, and I like it, but it's just not for me. So now let's go ahead and go into this match, and then in the next match we're going to look at World. And World feels like this glass right here, and I don't know if you can see it, but just imagine the glass has liquid in it, which it does. And it feels like World is like the liquid in this glass. The gravity when you shake it makes the liquid kind of bounce and move the way that you're shaking the glass, okay? So it's like the glass is the controller and your movement is the liquid inside the glass. That's what it feels like to me to be on World. So I'm not 100% certain if that's even correct, but I'm definitely going to try and figure this out. So we're going to go local space. Just make sure that roll is active. Okay, roll is active. Okay, and I'm going to try to make sure that I hold the controller flat. this. Let's get that. Perfect. Oh, come on, man. I didn't realize he was underneath me. Bro, I just got so lucky right there. Well, I spoke too soon. Oh my gosh. Hey, what's up, Zardy? Good to see you, homie. Good to see you, man. Hope you had an excellent day. All right. So let's try that again. Actually, no. Let's just, for the sake of continuity, let's go and explore world. It was a little harder to control than I wanted it to be. All right, so let's look at world space real quick. All right, so this is what it says about world space. World space gyro controls calculate the direction of gravity to figure out which way is up, okay, which is the title of this stream, relative to the player, and then keep the yaw axis aligned with the player's up. So it says, see below how regardless of the controller, of how the controller is oriented, the green yaw axis stays pointing in the same direction. So it's basically saying that no matter which way I turn this, it's always going to know that this is up, versus if I hold it like this, this way may be up in the other space orientations. Okay, so that's what I think this means. And also in terms of the way it feels like the controller is a glass and your movement is the liquid inside the controller. It feels like you're in water is what it feels like to me. Okay. By using the accelerometer to detect the direction of gravity, the controller's local space inputs can be converted to world space. Whether you hold the controller flat, upright, or even upside down, players can always turn the camera left and right by turning the controller left and right relative to them. Okay, so it shouldn't matter which way I hold it, it's just going to automatically know when I'm trying to go left or right. Okay, so the pros to this are it's more intuitive to players when implemented well, and it allows players to continue to aim accurately from a wider range of positions. So no matter which way I hold it, it should understand what I'm trying to do, is what I think it's trying to say. The cons: relatively difficult to implement well, not as good for handheld mobile since players may be reclining, significantly prone to more error from miscalculating the direction of gravity. World space solutions are much more difficult to implement than local space solutions. To figure out where up is will usually combine input from the accelerometer and the gyro. This falls under a broad category called sensor fusion, and you can read more about it in the additional materials section of this article, Sensor Fusion, Finding Gravity. So even with the gravity direction in our hand, it's not necessarily obvious how to use that and the local angular velocities we get from the gyro to turn it into an appropriate camera or cursor movement. There aren't many games that offer world space gyro aiming, and some of those that do encounter serious issues, Mario Odyssey, such as Mario Odyssey. Okay, I see what he's trying to say. But for brevity's sake, let's point to Splatoon 2 as a good example of a good, robust world space gyro aiming solution. You'll find the world space solution recommended here to be very similar. But here's the big catch with world space gyro controls. The software will often not be exactly correct about which way is up. There will frequently be some error in the calculated gravity vector, and when playing with world space gyro controls, that error is passed on to the player. If the calculated gravity vector is off by 10 degrees, this can mean the player's input vector will be interpreted as 10 degrees off as well. Those 10 degrees translate to a 17.4% displacement error. By that I mean if the player moves their aimer or cursor 100 units, the resulting position could be as much as 17.4 units away from where it would have been without the error. It's worth noting that because players are self-correcting as they make movements, it shouldn't feel too bad. But thanks to human reaction times, that self-correction is delayed. Fast flick shots will have all the error with no time for self-correction. To me, this error is the biggest shortcoming of a world space gyro aiming solution, even though it removes or rather reduces a source of player error that comes with local space gyro aiming. It adds a new source of algorithmic error that's out of the player's hands. Is the 10-degree example typical? I don't know. It depends on how you're calculating gravity and how much the player is moving the controller about, but with the same gravity calculation, with the same error, we could do much better. And that's the main purpose of this article, to present and explain player space gyro, which offers the same algorithmic accuracy as local space while giving the player even more intuitive control than world space. Okay, so as you can see already, if you just tuned out and then you're coming back, that's what happens to people's brains when they read that. It's like, I understand that it's technical and all of it, but it just doesn't, for some reason, make perfect sense when you try to read it and then understand it. It's like you have to read it and then really think about the concept. So now let's go into this match and try world space and see if we can figure something out here. So again, what I think this is meaning is that world space doesn't matter how, it doesn't care how I hold the controller. It knows what I'm trying to do because it understands which way is up, but it doesn't always calculate it properly, so I might have to make adjustments on the fly, is what I think it's trying to tell me. Okay, here we go. Okay, that was a twofer. That was a twofer. Oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Am I even farming this? Okay, that's a fake tree, I guess. I don't know what's going on. I can't farm these trees. Why? Oh, come on. Oh! Okay. That was almost good. That was almost good. That's twice that he nailed me on a peak that I thought he couldn't see me at. Oh, that was just the stupidest play I could have made. Just ran straight into his box. Okay. Oh, what a clutch. Okay, that's literally the power of gyro in a nutshell right there. I was able to just turn my hands and finish that, even though I should have died. So, let's go to player space. can go through what that is, and then we'll try a match with that. Let's see if we can figure out how to connect it all together. Okay, so player space. While local space and world space gyro aiming solutions will usually ignore any rotation that's not in two preferred axes, player space gyro aiming works a bit differently. Player space gyro trusts that the player inputs in all three axes are intentional and meaningful. It still has some constraints, but generally it means players continue to play in local space without having to tell the game whether they prefer to hold the controller flat or upright. World space without worrying that a miscalculated gravity vector is adding error to their aim or anything in between. Okay, so this seems to be like it's promoting player space to be superior because it's giving you the best of both worlds, local and world, if I'm reading this correctly. So it's difficult to illustrate, but here's the idea. Pitch rotation is read exclusively from the local pitch axis in red. The yaw axis is at right angles to the pitch axis and is calculated from the combination of the controller's local yaw and roll angular velocities with some help from gravity. This means the yaw axis could be anywhere on that green ring depicted above. Okay, so yaw, according to this picture, it looks like what this is saying to me is that I can't understand it. I'm trying to figure out from this diagram what this means, but I can't understand it. Okay. It might not be intuitive, but using local pitch all the time generally works very well. If the player is rotating their controller in world space yaw and pitch axes, the controller's local pitch actually always lines up with the world space pitch. It's only when players roll their controller that they go out of alignment. But players generally don't roll their controller very far anyways because it's on its own, it isn't doing anything for their aim. And even when they have rolled out of alignment with the world pitch axis, it turns out just using local pitch is very intuitive for players anyway. Zelda Breath of the Wild actually combines world space yaw and local space pitch, as far as I can tell. Splatoon 2 used to do the same thing until moving to a full world space solution that we'll explore later. But this player space gyro doesn't use world space yaw necessarily. It may also use local space yaw or another axis in between if that's what the player is using. Because in practice, players don't turn their controller exactly in their intended axis with respect to their controller, and they don't turn their controller exactly in their intended axis with respect to gravity, let alone whatever direction the application thinks gravity is pointing in. Some of their rotation will be lost to the ignored local roll or world roll axes. This is what player space handles really well. It calculates a moment-to-moment yaw axis by combining the angular velocities in the local yaw and roll axes. The magnitude of the player's rotation is always respected and expressed in game. By trusting that the rotations in all three axes are intentional, it's pretty straightforward to convert these into the intended in-game movement. So, what does this actually mean for the player? Thank you. Please make sense to me. Player space gyro controls are easy to pick up. Whether you're used to Splatoon or Doom, world or local respectively, it should just work as expected, but players looking to make the most of player space gyro controls should consider it the same as a world space solution, because the player space and world space gyro both offer far more range of motion than local space. Turn left and right by rotating the controller left and right with respect to your body and gravity. pitch up and down. By pitching the controller up and down, player space offers even more freedom of movement than world space without any of its algorithmic error. Pros: intuitive to just pick up and use like world space gyro, very accurate like local space gyro, resistant to player error, actual axis of rotation versus intended axis of rotation, allows players to continue to aim accurately from a wider range of positions like world space gyro. So basically what it's saying to me is that player space should just kind of just do what it thinks you're doing, like regardless of how you hold it, and that it should be just as accurate as local space. That's what it sounds like it's trying to tell me. But the drawbacks are it's more difficult to implement than local. Reliance on gravity means not ideal for handheld mobile like world space. Difficult to explain, so maybe just tell players to treat it like world space. Ideally, I think it's probably best to default to local space in handheld modes and player space when using a controller, and this is very simple. Player space gyro mostly avoids the inaccuracy of world space by relying on gravity much less, but we still do need to take gravity into consideration if you hold your controller pitched up at a 45-degree angle and then turn your body left and right to turn the controller about your yaw axis. Your controller is turning in its local yaw and roll axes at the same time. It'll depend on the coordinate space of your game controller, but for simplicity, let's say as you turn left, the controller's yaw and roll velocities are both positive. But now pitch your controller down at a 45 degree below the horizon instead of above it, and continue to turn left. Now the controller's rolling has been inverted. You still have positive yaw velocity but negative roll velocity. I'll go more in depth in other sections, but to put it simply, we expect different behavior in the local axes depending on whether the controller is pitched down, pitched up, or even upside down. And in order to correctly combine these values, we need to use gravity to figure out which way we're pointing. Remember when we said a 10-degree error with world space can give you a 17.4% displacement error? With player space gyro controls, despite the fact that we do not use the same gravity vector in our calculations, we get none of the error. Now, because we have to invert yaw or roll input in some orientations, players treating player space gyro as local space gyro don't technically have the full freedom of movement they are used to. As they approach the boundaries where their local input would be inverted, it first gets pinched down towards zero to avoid sudden inversions. However, I think the range afforded to local space players before pinching begins is still very wide and lets players pitch their controller far higher or lower than they'd normally be comfortable with. So I think narrowing that space is a reasonable trade-off for no longer having to change and invert axes to get their aiming set up to their liking in the first place. But ultimately, my recommendation to players would be to treat player space like world space gyro. You can enjoy the wider range of movement and more intuitive aiming that comes with it, while still all of the algorithmic precision of local aiming. Bro, so I didn't get any of that, and I think just hearing it, you didn't get any of that. So herein lies the problem, right? We have to go through and decipher what all of this is actually trying to say and come up with a way that we can just go, hey, if you want to play player space, this is what it's going to do for you. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3, ABC, and you're done. So we've got to find a way to take all of this and just make it make sense. Because this, in my opinion, is why people that have tried to use gyro and then tried to learn about it, just went, I don't understand. And then it just started changing numbers and changing different things, and it just couldn't get it to work right. Okay. So I wanted this to be something that is immediately understandable tonight, but we're just going to have to still keep working through it. So let's go through a match of player space. So let's go to player, play it, and let's see if we can do something good with it. Hey, that's a pretty good idea. So I am going to, after this match, I'm going to plug this in to, let's just say ChatGPT, right? And say, hey, can you make this easy enough to understand for a 5th grader? And see what it tells me. Great idea. Great idea, man. Where else can you get this kind of content? To go in depth, I'm going to try to understand for real what's going on with gyro controls. We've got a big mountain to climb, but we're just going to keep climbing it. And I don't know if you saw earlier, Mr. I, but I tried local with the roll cutoff, and I like it, but it's just not for me. It feels like it's missing something. Come on. It's supposed to be intuitive. There we go. There's one. Okay. I'm about to get nailed. Okay. That's just horrible, bro. Okay. Here, let's change something real quick. Watch him kill me. That would be so funny if he just killed me after all that. Finally! There we go. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously it's missing roll, but I'm saying like it's missing something in the sense that it feels like there could be more to it. What? Okay. Well, so yeah, I'll try inverted roll on the next match. Hey, what's going on, Gregory? Good to see you, homie. Okay. I'm just getting straight worked tonight, but that's okay. I'm no stranger to just playing terrible. Like, if you look up the word or the phrase playing terrible, then it's got my picture right next to it. Okay. So we're going to try Gregory's idea of I'm not sure what the good news is. You tell me, man. I'm trying to understand these concepts and work through them tonight, whether I sound like a idiot or I become a genius by figuring something out. But we've determined over the last week that player space is more stable by far than local space. It gave me way less mistakes than ever compared to local space. But I really want to kind of get an understanding tonight, if possible, of what the differences are and how to use and implement each one. So now I'm going to invert the role and see what happens here. So, it's obvious I'm not afraid to fail. So let's just keep on failing until we get it right. I'm just gonna keep on keeping on. You know, because I found playable settings, right, over the last week. But now I just want to kind of understand what it is that I'm actually trying to do here. Okay, so that was local with inverted roll. I didn't like it in that first little fight, so let's just try it again. Let's see if we can figure this out. What? Hey, what's going on? Quack for me. So if it's being choppy, then I might have to restart it. I don't know. That would suck. Okay. So I see what it's doing, but I don't like it. For real, for real. Because it just feels counterintuitive to me to play it like that. I understand how it's moving, but it just doesn't feel right. No way! Okay, so that is what it's good for right there. I still don't like it, but the fact that I was able to clutch out of that was pretty stout. Because I literally was without a clue right there. I just reacted because I was trying to read your chat. Okay, so you took my less is more mantra, and it really helped me to cut down on the wonky inputs. No threshold, almost no dead zone, and no smoothing. Don't know if what the window's doing, but it's good around 300. Yeah, I play with my controller upright, so the lateral turns are different mechanically. Okay, I see. So you play with it holding up. Interesting. I couldn't do that. It doesn't feel like that would be intuitive to me to play that way. I tend to hold mine slightly downwards. Yeah, well, the reason why I could still kind of control it is because when you have the base acceleration and multiplier and thresholds, like your base sense, your thresholds and your multipliers set right, everything else kind of just falls into place, even though it's not correct. Thanks, Bassmaster Burton Fishing. Good to hear that. Or I'm glad to hear that. You think that. I don't even know what I was trying to say there, bro. I think I'm still tired from all the heat today. Okay, I see. Yeah, see, that's why, this can be implemented so many different ways, We just have to figure out how to make this understandable for somebody to even want to try and adjust it and know what they're doing, and be able to feel it correctly. Okay, so that was bad. Okay, I gotta switch it back because even though I did some of those plays that were good, it's just too It's too wrong for me. So now I'm on straight local space, which is what I used to play basically for this whole time I've been playing Gyro. I didn't even know he was right there. So if the stream is choppy for you, let me know. It's going to be so irritating because I've been adjusting my output settings to try and fix that for playback. And it seems like no matter what I adjust, it's still choppy on cellular. So whatever I did must have just made it choppy for this stream. So sorry about that. Hopefully it'll get fixed. Because I left it just where it was last night, and it wasn't like that last night. So I don't know why it's doing that tonight. And I'd hate to start this stream over again. So we're just going to plow through it, whether it sucks or not, and see if we can come up with gold. All right, so I'm on local space now. Okay, so remember, local space is what I used to play all this time. It just has some inconsistencies, probably trying to figure out which way is up. And that's what I think I learned tonight, right? Trying to go through those descriptions, is that you have to hold your controller either upright or flat in order for it to understand. So I'm going to play this whole match like this, okay? I'm going to try playing just like this and see if it makes a difference. I've never played it like this before, but we're going to try it. We're going to do it your way, Gregory, okay? We're going to do it your way. I'm going to play this whole match just like this. I feel so weird, but I don't care. I don't care. We're just a gyromaniac in the house, playing like Gregory Esposito. I'm playing it upright like Gregory Esposito. I'm willing to try anything. I don't care. Let's see if I'm accurate this way. What if I, like, totally destroy playing like this? Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't it be funny if this whole time all I had to do is just hold it like this? Let's just see. I'm going to hold it right next to my face. Yo, 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 yo. What's up, HCT16? Good to see you, homie. We are trying to play with the controller upright at the suggestion of Gregory Esposito. And we're going to see if that does anything, because according to the Gyro Wiki, if you're playing on local space, you should hold it flat or upright, because otherwise it's not going to understand which way is up. And that could have been my problem this whole time. How come I can't build? Okay. I got confused there because I couldn't build. I was probably in a zone that is 0 build. So, stupid play on my part. I'm not afraid to fail. Because I'm crazy. I'm a mad scientist, homie. I'm willing to experiment and try anything. Okay. So you guys are getting to hear all of the controller clicking that I do. Because I'm holding it right next to the mic, basically. Right next to the mic. Upright. Okay. It's too confusing to play it that way. That's 2 fights that I, like, literally lost track of what I was trying to do. See, I love the long range that local space just nails with. Come on. Okay, that was just absolutely terrible. Okay. So I tried it that way, and for sure, I don't like it. All right, so now we're going to go to the settings we just destroyed with. On the first 4 days. And we're going to see if we can recreate it. Recreate it. Got to go to play it. Play it. Let's turn display capture off. That's probably the reason why the stream's been choppy, is because I had display capture on. That would explain it, you dummy. Yeah, I had display capture on earlier because I was trying to read through the Gyro Wiki live, and I still don't understand it. I was trying to do it for both of our benefit and just maybe come to some kind of better understanding, but I understand more, but it just is not making 100% sense to me. Hey, what's up, Silky? Good to see you, homie. So yeah, I was trying to go through the differences between local, player, and world space, and I see the advantages and benefits to each of them. But apparently, player is supposed to be like the best of both worlds between local and world. Did we just trade sides? Yeah, bro, it's a mouthful to read, and then you have to like sit there and then try to process it. So I'm gonna try to make a new Gyro wiki. Because that... it's just too hard, especially for somebody that's new to Gyro. It's too hard for somebody to like go read that and go, oh, okay, I know what to do now. And this is not meant to be like an offense to Jib Smart, because everything in there is groundbreaking and genius. It's just not meant for a new user. Come on, man. So soon is relative. So the answer is yes, it is coming soon. As far as like exactly how soon, it's not going to be next week. But maybe, if everything works out right, maybe by the first month of my second year streaming, you know, maybe not like the first day, but during the first month, I'll finally be able to make the video that I've been wanting to make this whole time, explaining it. Because basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the whole year's worth of footage and cut it up and say, look, this is my first year streaming, and this is what we did, and show all the clips, all the failures, all the highlights. Do it kind of vlog style. Oh, what a play. So that it's a little different, you know? More relatable. Oh, what a play. What a play. So that's the plan anyways. Will it work out exactly like that? I hope it does. You know? But every time that I've thought that I've been, you know, close to like finishing this project and doing something great with it, another thing presents itself, right? So what I really am wanting to and hoping to accomplish tonight is by basically failing my way through the understanding of all of this, I'll have a better idea of what I really want to do to create the movement. Because as great as local, or as great as player space has been over this last week, right? I really am missing the long range aspect of what I used to be able to do with local. So it's like a trade-off. I have to decide, do I want to be killer in close range but suffer in long range? See you later, homie. That's the power of gyro right there. Because, see, the settings I'm using right now are what I started destroying on for the first 4 days last week, right? Of being on player space. And while these are good, it's too tight in certain situations, right? And so that's the part that I really want to fix. Which tonight I was hoping that I can cycle through local, world, and player and find a solution that kind of gives me everything I want. Because I want it all. Can I have it all? Maybe not. Oh, okay. I just went a little too fast right there. Okay. So, you see that situation right there, right? What I really want is I want to be able to execute that fast, but be able to nail my shot like it's nothing. Like, if I could have done that and just nailed him in the face, that probably would have sold it to me right there. You know, especially with a charged shotgun and the timing of it. It's a little off, but if I could have just lined that up and nailed him in the face, that would have been just so good. So I'm going to change it now to world space and see if we can understand what the difference is and do something good with it. You see? Because I've made terrific shots in each space. I've made terrific plays in each space. But can I string them together back to back to back to back all night long? That's what I'm looking for. So, world space, again, to recap, based on what I think it's trying to explain, is that it uses gravity, so it's like my glass with liquid. The controller is the glass, and the liquid is the movement. And so when I move the glass, the liquid moves in response to the glass. And you can feel it kind of sloshing around in the glass. That's what world feels like to me. Is that it's using gravity and it's kind of sloshing around based on how quickly and how slowly I'm moving the controller. And it doesn't matter what direction I hold it because it always understands which way is up because it's using gravity. That's what the difference in world space and local space is. So I can literally, according to the Gyro Wiki, hold this in whatever position I want, and it will still understand I'm trying to go left or right. But the drawback is supposed to be that it miscalculates sometimes what you're trying to do, so you could be off by 10 degrees when you didn't mean to. Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is a way different feeling because it's like I was able to... I don't know how to explain it. You see, the way that I hit those shots just now was it felt like water sloshing around in a glass, like I was using my momentum to hit the shot, if that makes sense. Like it was registering my momentum. And so I was able to drag it and then go fast. So like it was able to just kind of understand I want it to go slow and then fast to hit the target. Oh, I had that guy too, bro. Okay. So we may be on to something with World. Because that responded probably the most perfect that I've ever felt any of it. Maybe. I have my X cut on, so that's probably why I can't feel it as much left to right, because I've got my slider at 1 to 77. Oh! Okay. Yeah, I'm on world space right now. I'm trying to understand better what each one does so that I can make a better judgment onto what I need to do with this. Because even though player has been great over the last week and it's been more consistent, I want to make sure that I understand what I'm giving up or what I could have if I do each thing, right? Okay, I'm going to try World again on this next match because there's something here that I've never really quite experienced before. And the only way I know how to describe it is that it's like World understands momentum. So like player is supposed to be a cross between local and world, which is why it's probably more consistent. But local feels like it's literally registering every input. It's almost like linear, right? It's just full throttle. Every little motion you make, it's being registered on the screen. Versus world is like understanding the momentum of how I'm moving everything. Like you can see it and feel it, like it's moving thick and then it goes thin, and then it goes thick and then it goes thin, because it's like water sloshing inside of a cup. And whatever you shake the glass, or however hard you shake the glass, determines how hard the water moves inside the glass and how fast the water moves inside the glass. Hey man, have a good night. Thank you so much for stopping in, bro. Yeah, it's like it understands my momentum better. Interesting. Okay. Never thought about how to use this like this. So let's... I'm going to think in terms of momentum now instead of terms of like left and right, up and down. I'm going to try to just like make motions like this where it's slow and then fast, or fast and then slow, and just see if I can get it to do what I want. Oh, I just couldn't time it right, bro. Yeah, that's what I think it's actually doing. Because I read the wiki and it just didn't make 100% sense to me. So the only way I know how to explain it is that it understands how to register when I slow it down and when I speed it up. It's like you can feel it taking off, or you could feel it braking, like it's a brake, depending on how you do it. If you go from fast to slow, it'll feel like a brake, but if you go from slow to fast, it'll feel like it's taking off. So player is supposed to be a combination of this and local. So you get the precision of local with the momentum feeling at the same time. So it's kind of like the best of both worlds is what it's trying to present itself as. Let me out of here. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to loosen this up. I'm going to open this up wide. Let's go 0. Okay. That might be something here. Let's see. Oh, no way, bro. No way. That was incredible. Here, I want to keep this pistol. I love the pistol. I love the pistol, man. I love the pistol, man. Bro. Oh my gosh. Okay. So if I wouldn't have tried to chase that guy so hard, I probably would have been fine. So I think what I want to do tonight is I want to explore world and try to make it do something weird like it did for me on local and see if I can figure out where the inconsistency is. Because it even says in the Gyro Wiki that world is inconsistent in the way that it calculates things. So let's see if we can understand what that means. Okay, here we go. It's kind of like if I can understand the strengths and weaknesses of each one, I can make a decision on what's going to be best for the game of Fortnite. For me. And probably for most people. So, we'll see. Oh, he's up there. Oh, I still hit him though. Okay. All right. I just played that wrong. Oh! Oh my gosh! No way! No way! Did you guys just see that? Did you see that? That was the greatest play I've ever made. Oh my gosh! Are you guys watching this right now? I cannot believe what is happening. Insane, man. Maybe we're onto something with World, because I've never played like that. Ever. Oh. Dang it. I thought he was on the other side of that wall. Okay, we're gonna go again and try World again. Wide open at 0 on the minimum threshold and see what happens here. Because you see, World feels like it has the least amount of input. So that's why I had to switch it to 0 to make it feel like it's responding more to my hands. The closer you are to 0, the more of your hand movement you feel. And then the closer you are, or the higher you go, the less of your hand movement you feel. That's why you can get rid of the shaking that you can get with gyro by bumping your minimum threshold up. And you see, if we can make another gyro wiki, but with video tutorial demonstration with it, how great would that be? So you read it and you try to make it understandable to read it, but then you can watch it and it'll take like it's like a little 2-minute explanation or something of what that's trying to say. You see? Yeah. Being able to see what you're doing with your hands is essential. You know, because right now, all we really have are just a bunch of words on a page, on a screen, and no real tutorials on how to do it. Oh my gosh. What a clip, man. He phased through his ramp and no-scoped me. What a clip. Let's get it. Did I hit that? No way! No way, no way. That's with 0% aim assist. Incredible. Oh, I just timed it wrong. I want some mobility. Oh, yeah? No way! No way! No way, no way. Oh, bro, we have got to keep doing this. Whatever is happening right now. Oh, if I didn't have to reload. Those clips, that movement is the best movement I've ever done. Ever. That was crazy. I did. But this is even better than that. That's what I'm saying is that if you couldn't tell when I was making those plays, it was the fastest I have ever moved. So when I was using Player last week, or over the last week, I made several plays that were similar, but not that fast. That was the absolute fastest that I was able to come out of a 180, piece somebody, and then flip the ramp again, and then just nail them in the face, and they had no idea what was going on because it was so fast. Like they literally were just standing there in slow motion for me to shoot. That's what it looked like. So I don't expect people to understand. You know, I know what I'm going for, and it's like, if you understood how close this is to just being incredible, once I figure it all out, y'all will thank me later. I wish that I could just be done with all this, but it's so close, man. Yeah, because I tried World when it first came out, and I thought I liked it, but I didn't understand how to use it until now. So it's kind of like you have to use each space differently, which is a good thing to kind of discover, especially since this stream is about the difference between each space, right? Local space, I think, is very dependent on making sure you hold it the same exact way every single time in order to produce that level of accuracy. Because I've been super accurate on local space, but not to this level of speed. It's like World just gave me this boost of speed because I can swing it and the momentum is being registered. Like it's just like when you start driving your car and then you push the gas quickly. You can feel the whole car respond to that movement. And it's different than when you move it slow, right? It's very similar. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense, but that's the only way I know how to explain it. So now that I understand what World Space is trying to do, let's see if we can take advantage of it, because those were the best plays I've ever made, man. Ever. No way! No way! No way. You guys just saw that live. That was with 0% aim assist. Oh, I couldn't switch to my shockwave fast enough, man. Come on. We are totally onto something with this. So I dropped my minimum threshold from 31 to 0 to give World a little more input feel, because World feels like it moves the least when you move your hands. Player is second, and then local just like responds to every single movement your hand makes, period. But this is registering my momentum, which is kind of crazy. So I can go fast and then slow, and I can feel it just like hard braking. And I can go slow and then fast and just kind of just do some incredible 180s. Oh! See, that time I just got confused. So this would be even though it is nothing like Expo, you can use that as an example somewhat for this. Because Expo starts off slow and then goes fast, and that's kind of what this feels like. But it's not one-to-one. It doesn't translate like that. That's not really the right explanation, but it is one explanation you can use. So local is like linear, even though that's not correct. And world is like exponential, even though that's not correct in terms of what it's actually doing. But in description of what it feels like, that is the easiest way to describe it that I think is more understandable to everyone right now. Is I get ultra slow movement. In a way that like responds to gravity. Bro, do you understand how groundbreaking this is? Yeah, well, like I said, I don't expect people to understand what I'm doing. But the reason why nobody is destroying on Gyro is because nobody has done what I'm doing to try and figure this stuff out. And you could say, well, yeah, if you just stay on the same settings and just play the game, then you'll get better on those settings. That is true. But you also miss out on the discovery of new ways to do things, and you miss out on the discovery of better ways to play it if you just stay with one setting and never change it, right? So I disagree that I'm hurting my muscle memory because I've played this so much that I actually am improving how I play the game every time that I make an understanding of what it is that I'm doing, right? Is it taking longer than what everybody wants me to do? Yeah. But I can't pay attention to that because I'm doing something that's never been done before. So until I finally like understand every aspect of it, right? I'm going to keep destroying myself over and over and over again trying to figure this out. Whether anybody understands it or not. Because once I'm finished, then it will be readily understandable and available to every person that wants to play this game in the way that they want to play it. Because there's nothing out there that's like that right now. Right now, the only stuff that's out there is like, turn this to this. This is what this does. And do this, do that. That's it. And it's like a 10-minute video and that's it. So my goal is to make something that is the best controller hand guide. So that whether somebody wants to use aim assist, boost, or gyro, we've got it covered here on this channel. Anything to make your controller feel like you want to feel, we're going to help you program it. That's what we do here. Because that's all this is basically like learning how to program your controller to respond exactly to what you want it to do. So if you had a way to program your controller to literally just read your mind, wouldn't that be something? Because in your mind, you're making all the plays. The reason why you're not in real life is because you can't execute it. But if I can give you a way to execute everything that's in your brain easily, how much would that be worth? And that's what this channel is about. We're trying to give controller players a way to turn this Ford Focus that we've been driving into a Lamborghini. Okay? Because that's basically what's happened this whole time, is that we've had a little Lamborghini in our hands and we just didn't even know it. Because we were told that all the other settings and all the other things are not worth touching and we just need to leave it alone. And I'm here to say that's not right. You're only saying that because you don't know how to do it yet. So once I demonstrate that this is actually a thing, then things are going to change. Oh, come on. Oh, I just walked straight into his face. Okay. All right, so let's try that again. And this time, I'm going to try to use a little more momentum. But when I'm done, y'all will thank me for it. I promise you. Because once I get this all mapped out, and I can give you a concise, easy to digest and understand guide to use aim assist, to use boost, to use gyro, it's going to be groundbreaking. It's going to be the first of its kind. But my idea is, because we're coming up on the 1 year mark of streaming, my first year, so we're going to go into year 2, is I want to try to get at least the first draft of this video out there. And then we can make revisions and improvements upon it after the fact, right? But if I can get the first draft of it done and release it by the end of August, that'd be great. Because I've got now a year's worth of basically dying and making the craziest plays ever on controller all in one. More dying than anything else. But I have some of the craziest plays on controller just because there's 0% aim assist on this. You're not supposed to be able to do this. Oh, what a peak, man. Abusing Peeker's advantage right there. Interesting. Okay, I just read your chat, Silky. I didn't know that. I'd like to see that. Okay. I see what's happening here. Oh, come on. Oh, what a play. What a play, man. Hey, what's up, Voodoo? Good to see you, homie. Of course I'm enjoying myself. So, we had 1 week on player space, and now I'm trying to understand world. And there's some really interesting things that are happening that I did not expect tonight, because I've made even better plays than I've ever played in my life tonight on World Space. Because from my understanding of it, World Space is basically reading my momentum. That's what it means to me, because it has gravity involved in it. And so it feels like my controller is this glass and the movement is the liquid inside the glass. And when I shake the glass like this, the liquid responds to how fast I shake it, and you can feel it sloshing around. So that's kind of the way that it feels to me when I use World. So I can go super slow and then speed it up in a way that's different than local and player. I can go super fast and then slow it down in a way that's different than local or player. But player is supposed to be a cross between local and world. So it's kind of like the best of both worlds, right? So that's probably why I did so well over the course of the last week in terms of how I was being able to be consistent with my movement. Oh, I almost did that right there, bro. Yeah, so that's another way to word it. So Voodoo is saying world is oriented to where the floor is, and player is oriented to where the 0 point that the player chooses is. Alright, so we're going to try this again. I'm going to make one minor adjustment here. Because the only way I know how to describe it in terms of what the benefit, and this is my goal tonight, is to understand what each space is actually going to benefit and cost me. Because each one has its advantages, right? And the way that world moves is it feels like I can actually, it's like it really feels like I'm holding a baseball bat. The same way that you can kind of hit a home run by getting the momentum with your swing, that's what it feels like with world, is that it's registering all of the weight of what you are carrying to make your movement. Okay. So let's go. Actually, no. I want to go. Let's go completely 0 on the dead zone. Okay. There we go. Now it feels more nimble. Oh my gosh. Okay. 0 dead zone, 0 minimum threshold equals magic on world. Let's just see if I'm right. Let's see if I'm right. Bro! How did I screw that up? I had that guy. Oh my gosh. I just mistimed what I was trying to do. Okay. All right, let's try this again. All right, and this time I'm going to go player. And we're going to compare. Because player is supposed to be a cross between local and world. Yeah, a couple matches ago, in case you're just joining us, I made the best play I've ever made, ever. Where I just did like a complete swivel with the gyro and pieced somebody up the fastest I've ever done under my ramp in a box. And like by the time that I edited the ramp, he literally did not even know what time it was, and I could just shoot him in the face. I mean, that's how fast it was. It was crazy. Oh! Did you see that? I hit him twice for 75. On the flip. Bro. That was incredible. Incredible. On the flip. Oh, I just completely mistimed that. That's bad. I almost pulled that off. Okay, let's do this again. Let's give player at 0 and 0 another shot here. Because we're exploring all of the different spaces and what their strengths and weaknesses are. Plus, if you're still with us, Voodoo, I was reading the Gyro Wiki tonight, live on stream, like word for word. And what I got from it concerning local space is probably the reason why I've been having so much trouble trying to get local space set up right. Is because it seems as if, from what I read, that you have to really pay attention to whether you hold it flat or upright if you use local space, because it doesn't understand which way up is if you don't. And that could explain why it felt like it was on fire for 30 minutes and then it would just go away. Or it would be like on fire all night and then it would just be never come back. Because you have to really focus on whether you're holding it flat or upright, if I understood that correctly. versus player and world don't really care how you hold it. It understands what you are trying to do based on a calculation. Oh, no way. Oh, no way, bro. What a play. What a play. What a play. That was fantastic, man. Wow. Oh, that was the wrong edit to make. Bro, I had that guy. I had him. Killed each other. All right. So let's go back to world and compare. All right, here we go. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Oh, come on. Bro! I couldn't get it lined up right. Okay. So now... feels like it's harder to control right there. Let's go to player and compare. What? It wouldn't let me change it. Oh, there it goes. Now it's on player. No way! I don't know how I did that, but I did. That guy's so mad right now, probably. Oh, come on, man. I just left myself wide open for that. Okay. So let's go back to 31. World. 1.6. Let's do a drastic dead zone. Let's do 18.6. All right, here we go. Anonymous. Interesting, bro. Never tried this before, and it feels incredible. So let's just see if I just stumbled onto the Holy Grail. Oh my gosh, okay. That was absolutely horrid. Horrid, horrid. That should have been so easy to line up. Okay, that's money. Right there. Oh, what? Thanks a lot, Colin. Oh, dang it. Okay. Let's try it that way again. The whole match. That was kind of interesting. That was kind of interesting. So 18.5, that's what I changed. We're making it. We're making it. Okay, that was good. Okay, that was really good in terms of control. To just line it up right on his head. Yeah. Okay. What? Oh, I hit that shot still. Oh, I didn't mean to hit the edit button right there. Dang it. Okay. We're on to something here. Alright, so that was almost perfect right there. But it was actually terrible at the same time. It was like so money on those 50-50s. Let's try going down one more. Fruxy. Fruxy FN. Yeah, I liked it better at the 18.5. Okay. Yeah, it just feels like I can swing it harder without worrying about what I'm doing. Okay, I see what I want it to do. I see what I want it to do. Let's go 17.5. No. Okay. Let's go back to 18.5 and see where to bump it. Bump it louder. Bump it louder. See you later, homie. Took way too long to reload that. I should have timed it way better. That was bad. Oh, psh. Got stopped perfectly by the fence. Oh! Wow, man. Okay. I'm digging this. Oh! I had to reload the SMG. Come on, man. Okay, that was terrible. I know, man. I've been making so many good plays over this last week since I switched to player. And now I'm trying world, right? Like really, really giving world a shot. Because I understand it better now, right? So I think what the problem here is let's pull tightening completely off and see what happens. Yeah, the thing I love about World above everything else is that it just hard stops. The thing I love about Player is that it doesn't have too much wiggle. And the thing I love about Local is that I can hit long distance shots so easily. And it shouldn't matter how I hold World. Yeah, I know. I know. It does feel like it's the mood of the day. Honestly. See you later, homie. Oh, no way, man. I think we just hit magic. I think we just hit magic. I'm telling you, Brand. I'm telling you, bro. That was so clean. It's the way that world hard stops that is magic about it. And since I pulled the tightness out and just left the dead zone that high to be able to make it still feel tight, it's like it's got the right glide to it. I want to try a snipe with this. Oh, that would be so sick, bro. Oh, I wanted to snipe. See you later. I still hit that. No way! Oh, I didn't spin around fast enough. Nope. Too aggressive. Okay. Alright, so that was good information there. Let's try this again. How come it won't let me go to the menu? That's weird. It's a glitch. Gap Johnson. Which one in the chat are you, Gap Johnson? Are you watching right now? All right, let's see. Affluent arrivals. That was terrible. Oh, come on. Oh! Oh my gosh. Wow. Why didn't it shoot? It felt like I pulled the trigger and it didn't do anything. It just needs to be. Oh, I hit that. Oh my gosh. Bro. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I'm going to go one more match, and then I got to stop. It could be that my controller buttons are wearing out. You know, sometimes that happens. And you can't tell by just doing like single pushes over and over. It's like it only, when your buttons start wearing out, you'll be doing like several multiple fast presses, and then you'll feel it like not register one of them. Like it doesn't do it if you do like a single press, like press, 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 like it'll work every time like that. But when you're trying to do click, 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 like something super fast, it'll skip one of them if your button's going bad. So that might be what's happening to me right now, but I don't know. We'll see. I hope not, because then it means I have to get another controller. Yeah, I've gone through so many controllers. It's usually every month to 3 months. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, I hate it when that happens because it's annoying. I mean, you can replace the bumper button, and you can replace the left trigger or right trigger, whatever. And it's not that it's hard, it's just tedious to have to take the controller apart and do all that. So It's just tedious. Okay, so I don't like long range with this. Well, maybe I do. I don't know. Oh, no way! What a snipe. Oh. Okay, I think I see what I need to do here. Oh, come on, man. Oh, this is my builds right here. That was terrible, man. Okay. We're gonna go one more time. And then I gotta stop. Okay. So 0.9 was the closest. Let's just try that and see what happens. last match of the night. We're on World Space. We're gonna win this match. We just got a purple pump right off spawn. No way! No way! Oh, that was so clean, man. Wow, I still hit that shot. No, I still am probably going to end up on player space if I had to choose between the three. But I wanted to explore world space to understand it better, because when I make the video that's going to be the ultimate controller hand guide, I want to be able to understand how everything works better than I already do. Oh! You know, but I may change my mind and just do world, because this is just incredible stuff that I'm doing right now. Because what I learned about world is that it feels like it's responding to my momentum more than it is my hand movement. Oh my gosh, bro. Oh, I couldn't get out of it. Bro, my movement is just so crazy right now. Hey, what's up, Kobe is me. Good to see you. Okay, I'm gonna go one more. One more. I can't end it when Kobe is me just gets into the stream. We gotta give honor to the legend. Yeah, so the best way I know how to describe how it feels is world space feels like the controller is this cup and the liquid inside is the movement that I am making from the controller. So if I shake this cup, I can feel the water sloshing around in it. And that's kind of how my movement feels. Every time I move the controller, I can feel the momentum of my movement. So I can slow it down to a hard stop and then speed it up in a way that doesn't really translate the same on local or even player, because player is kind of a cross between local and world. So that's what's so crazy good about each one of these, is that there's a strength and a weakness to each one, and you kind of have to decide how you want to play it. So the best play I've ever made in my life was on World, and that happened tonight. It doesn't mean that I'm going to stay on World. It just means that I see the potential of what somebody can do with it if they want to use it. I think, honestly, I'm going to go with player, but I want to keep exploring how World works. Yeah, you have to use it a little bit differently than you normally would to see the effect. Because, see, I tried World when it first came out at the beginning of the season, right? And I liked it for a day or two, but then I was like, nah, this is not what I want, because I wasn't using it like I am right now. I'm using it right now more like I'm swinging a baseball bat. Like, I can feel the momentum, so I can go slow and then hard stop. Or fast and then hard stop. You see, it's like I can flick it harder, and it feels like it's going to land where it needs to. I think what he means is that local is trying to determine which way is up depending on how you hold the controller, whereas World doesn't care how you hold it. You can hold it in any position and it knows which way is up. And so player also knows which way is up, but it's a little bit different than World. It's got like local and world mixed together, but even though it's not really world space either, it's kind of like a weird cross between the two. No way! That was the cleanest gyro clip I've ever done. Wow. Maybe I changed my mind. I don't know. It just responded so cleanly to my hand movement. I don't know. That was crazy. What? Oh! I just went to the wrong spot. Yeah, if you go towards the beginning of the stream, I go through every space and I read verbatim what's in the Gyro wiki. And then by the time I was done, I didn't understand really what it said. I had to guess, basically, at what it was trying to say. So I somewhat understand it. I just don't understand all of the intricacies of it yet. So I'm trying my best to be able to feel it and describe what it is that I'm experiencing now that I have a better understanding of what it's trying to do. Okay, so that was terrible right there. I couldn't line up any of that. See, local would be so easy to do that with. So that's a drawback to this. What? It's raining loot from this. Oh my gosh, that was absolutely horrible. Okay, let's see. What can I do differently here? Yes, I'm gonna actually do that after this match here. We'll go through that together, and then I gotta go to bed. It won't let me pick it up. There. Ridiculous. Okay. What can I do to fix this? Right here, let's see. So the problem with it, let's go 28. There. It's at the wrong angle, couldn't do it. I don't even know how I'm alive right now. I should be dead, bro, but I'm still alive. I'm just playing on world space, and it's just doing what I want every time I move. I'll read the chat here after I'm done. I'm just so locked in right now. I don't even know how I'm doing this. But it's incredible. You can't deny it. It's incredible. Yeah, it was so worth it. So worth it. Oh my gosh. That was crazy, man. That was crazy. Okay. Let's go through the Chat GPT thing here. Let's see if I can pull it up. Okay, let's see. That's right. The power of gyro will sustain me. Bro, that was incredible stuff right there, bro. I literally don't even know how I did that. It just happened, right? So. All right. Let's make a new chat. All right, here we go. So I'm going to plug this in. Hey, no problem, man. No problem. Anything for my homie. All right, let's switch it to display capture. Then let's go to the Gyro Wiki. Okay, I think I went way too far here. Okay, it's right here. Okay. So copy, we're going to paste it. And then I'm going to put what? Explain this to me like a fifth grader. All right. So this is what it says. Let's zoom this in so you guys can read it. All right. So it says, all right, let's break this down in a way that a fifth grader could understand. Imagine we're talking about aiming in a video game using your controller. So this is the Gyro Wiki concerning player space, world space, and local space in terms of a fifth grader, according to ChatGPT. Okay. So, and I'll catch up with the chat after I read this here. What is gyro aiming? You know how a mouse moves the aim around when you move it on a desk? Gyro aiming lets you do the same thing by just turning your controller, like magic. You turn the controller a little to the left and your aim goes left. Turn it up and your aim goes up. Super smooth. But here's the problem. Controllers don't always know how you're holding them. Are you sitting straight up, lying on the couch, holding the controller flat or tilted? That matters because the controller needs to know which way is up, which is the name of our stream tonight, and left and right for you. There are 3 ways to tell the controller what left and right mean. Local space, simple but not always smart. The controller just guesses based on its own parts. It doesn't care how you're holding it. Works great if you hold the controller the same way. Okay, so here's the contradiction there. Did you catch that? It doesn't care how you're holding it, but it works great if you hold the controller the same way. But if you tilt it weird, it might get confused. So this could explain why the whole time I've been on local space, why sometimes it works fantastically and other times it just works terribly. You literally have to hold it the same exact way every single time if you want to get the same results. That's been my experience with it. Okay. And to figure out what that way was you were holding it when it was just doing magic, and then to do it the exact same way. I've spent 3 years doing it, chasing settings, and I haven't been able to make it stay the same. So if you can do it, show us how, because I don't know. World space, smarter but more fragile. The controller tries to figure out where the real gravity is, like which way is down. That way it knows where your real left and right are. But if it guesses a little wrong, your aim can get thrown off. Okay. So that makes sense too, because world space felt like it was money, and then sometimes it wasn't. I mean, it's similar to local in that way that it felt like it was money, but sometimes not, but it felt maybe like it lasted longer. So that's the only way I know how to explain it. Player space, the best of both. This one says, hey, let's look at how the player is moving the controller no matter how they're holding it. It uses just a little bit of gravity info, but doesn't trust it too much. So even if you hold the controller upside down or sideways, it still understands what you meant to do. It feels natural and it's really accurate. Final result. With player space, your aim in the game follows your hand perfectly, like using a magic wand that always knows what you meant to do. And best of all, once it's set up, you don't have to think about it. Just pick up the controller and start playing. So, want me to draw a diagram or make a fun animation idea for this? Yes. Let's see what it says here. Draw me a diagram. Well, what is this? Okay, well, the diagram's not as important. Let's go back and let me catch up with the chat because I got to go to bed. All right, so where do we leave off? Yeah, so To answer your question, TSF 1000, my journey has been like trying to learn how to play the guitar without a music teacher and reading a music book that only tells me the notes of the strings. So imagine getting a guitar, you have no voice to listen to, you have no human teacher to listen to, and all you have is a little tiny book with a few pages in it that tell you your strings are E, A, D, G, B, E. You can play the guitar any which way you want. If you hold it this way, you'll make this sound. If you hold it that way, you'll make this sound. Good luck. That's basically what this is like. So once I map it out, then I can show you, hey, you want to make a really cool sound? This is what you do. You turn your smoothness to 43. You turn your tightness to 22. You put your dead zone here at 18.3 and watch the magic happen. None of that has been mapped out yet, right? So that's what this journey's been about, is to try and figure out what kind of sound can I get from this. And once I figure out all the sounds, then I can make a song, you see? Because when I first started playing music, I could play some songs, but I didn't know what I was playing. You see, I was reading the notes and I was like, okay, that's cool. I can hear the song that I'm playing. It wasn't until I got to be in my mid-20s that I could hear a song and then go, oh, I know what chord that is. I know exactly what they're playing and I know how they're doing it. When I get back home, I'm going to play it. So there's something that happens with your understanding as you just spend more and more time with it. The more time you spend with it, it's like another light bulb turns on and you're like, oh, that's how this is supposed to go. And then you hit another plateau and then you hit another light bulb. And it's just like plateau to light bulb until you're here where I'm at and I still don't know anything. I'm just trying my best to understand it, you see. But let's just see what he's saying here. Yeah, so that's why I'm kind of cycling through all of them tonight, right? I cycled through local, world, and player multiple times tonight so that I can understand what it was that I wasn't doing right before. So I tried local again with holding the controller straight up and I didn't like it. But if I set it up for that, like if I went into the aim trainer and tried to set it up for me holding it straight up and down, I could probably make it rock. You see, but I don't want to play that way. I don't want to play holding it straight up. So, you know, with my new understandings, I can cycle through them again and go, oh, that's what this is trying to do here, and add to it, right? But mostly I wanted to get all of this nailed down as much as possible because I want to release this video within the first month of my second year, which is coming up, because in the middle of next month will be my 1-year anniversary of streaming basically every day. You know, I've only taken maybe 3 weeks off total here and there, you know, like a day here, a day there, a week here, a week there. Over the last year, I've been streaming every day. So if you look at my first stream and compare it to this one, you're going to see a big difference, right? So that's what I want to try and change and get ready for year 2. Year 2, I want to look at it like by the time I'm into year 3, the beginning of year 2 looks like the beginning of year 1. Like it looks like a mile away difference. So it has been a process, and I am close to the end. It just, I don't expect anybody to understand what it is that I'm actually doing. Like if somebody watches me and they're like, man, why is this guy changing his settings all the time? Doesn't he know that, you have to stay with the same settings in order to get good? How come he doesn't think about this or that, whatever? I don't care, because I'm trying to chase this thing that nobody has uncovered yet, which is how to set this up for any way that you want to play it. And the fact that this is so wide open, that I am almost 47 years old and I can be the one to actually deliver this to the world. It seems ridiculous to me. It really seems like this is a dream, and I'm just watching it from the outside in and going, is this really happening? Is really the rest of the planet just going to let me do this? Because it's waiting right here. And I could care less if somebody else just comes in at the last second and just is like, here it is, I figured it out. Because all it will mean is that I helped it come about. I'll still get to be a part of it. You see? So we're at the beginning stages of something revolutionary. And that's what I aim to do here on this channel, is create something new and fresh for the largest and best game in the world. I want to create the best controller hand guide that anybody has ever seen. So my first draft is going to be coming out at the end of August, basically, because that's the time frame that I've given myself to do it. And that one's not going to be perfect, but it's going to be good. And then I get to revise it and tweak it and do it again until I make it better. Because my goal is to make it so that anybody can watch it and go, okay, that's how you play gyro. Let's do it. And then everybody can share in the magic that is created by doing this. Because the reason this hasn't taken off yet is because nobody has shown the true magic of what you can do with this. Everybody complains about aim assist. Aim assist, aim assist. Oh my God, aim assist. It's going to kill us. I'm saying aim assist is irrelevant. Once you understand how to do this and you can do it well, you will never care about aim assist again. Because this is magic. Aim assist is like robotic. It's fun. And you can get excited about it, but not like gyro. Because when you understand the true magic of what happens when you play gyro, it's like, pff, game over. End of story. So, I can't believe it gets to be me. And, let's see. Yes. No, well, in this video, I won't. So, that you bring up a good point. Okay. Think of this first video that I make as the first installment, because I do want to create a tutorial to how to do gyro without stick, right? I'm trying to master it at the easiest level that I can for myself, right? Which is to play with sticks. But after I master that, then I want to create the tutorial on how to do it without a stick and use flick stick. So all of these things are a work in the progress, you know. It may be happening slower than you want it, but trust me, it's way slower than I want it. I wanted this to happen years ago, but it took me up until the first year of streaming to get the courage enough to even be able to do it and embarrass myself. Like, before I started streaming, my thought process was I need to just get good enough to be able to even stream or put this information out there. But after doing it for 3 years, I realized, okay, I need to just put something out there and just try. And if I fail, I fail, but it's never going to happen if I don't just do it. So if I can inspire somebody to just get started and look at my first stream and then look at what it is today, right? My stream is still not great. There's still stuff that I need to tweak and do better, right? But if you look at the way that things have gone, that's also going to be in this video. It's going to explain my journey. It's going to explain. There's just so much that I have planned that I can't even articulate right now. It's just the vision of this is so large, and all I can do is hope that I can infect you, because you'll go and infect other people. And that's how we start this revolution. It's going to take all of us putting our content together, doing something about this, because it can't just be the classic rocker by himself. It can't just be me. It's got to be all of us. And that's how we propagate this to the world, and they get to see and share in this magic. So anyways, I got to go to bed. It's 2:37 Central Time. So I got a bunch of jobs I have to do tomorrow. So I got to get some sleep. Love you guys. Have a good night.